Hello everybody, welcome to Pia's Creative Corner. My name is Pia and today we're going to do some cross stitch, going to do some scratch board and probably some coloring. We'll see. I'm sorry I'm a bit late, but it is what it is. Let's see. So okay, it looks like everything is running smoothly. At least it's been a day. And I'm gonna tell you all about it. I'm just gonna settle in and let's see what's happening. So looks like I've got green lights everywhere. So let's get cracking. Yeah, like that. Okay. So my thoughts were I'm gonna work on this I started yesterday, or continue doing yesterday. Um, again, I'm not doing diamond painting today, and the majority reason is just because I haven't started on the big one yet. I'm gonna wait until Monday. I'm gonna start on snow dragon, and when I do that, I'm gonna resume doing diamond painting in here. But so far, I'm so close to a finish on my forest friends that I really just want to keep it where it is. So let's see. I'm gonna take this out here. Put some light on, like that. Put some of my glasses. Yeah. Oh. Today I have chosen a bit of a healthy snack way, so I have taken some of my apples and I have some green vitamins with me, so I have to drink. I usually drink it every day, but today was just a really strange off day, so I didn't get to do it. So I'm just gonna do it now and get it over with. It's not like it tastes bad. It's just, yeah. Just one of these things I need to to get through, I think. Let's see. I'm gonna remove my music a bit over here. Maybe I should turn on this light. So I'm trying to adjust this as good as possible so you will be able to, see as much from what I'm doing and me still be able to work on it. Yeah, that's better. Maybe we should just do a bit of a zoom on it. There you go. I think that will do for now. Okay, this cross stitch is from Oloa and it is a very beautiful piece, I think. If you haven't watched my channel before, I think for the most part I do diamond painting, but I also enjoy working with cross stitch. This is how it will look when it's done. Something like that anyway. It has 63 colors, and for begin, I wouldn't say it's a beginner kit, but well, I haven't done cross stitch before, so, and when I was going to buy it, I was like, I was buying it as I do buy diamond painting, so I buy it for what it looks like more than how big it is or how many colors. And well, you learn something every time, don't you? So let's see, where did I get to yesterday? It was that one there. And this is a stamped cross stitch. What that means that it's already printed on the cloth and you get like a whole set. So you get the cloth with the print on, you get floss, you get actually some needles and a needle threader, and you get the pattern in a paper version too, and you get a legend that both are for the printed cloth and one that's for the paper pattern. So because sometimes some of the colors here can be a bit confusing, so it is a bit easier to see on the printed one, and then kind of compare it. Hey, it was just needed to be done with the sleeping. It's been a rough day on the way today. Oh, yeah, but now you're here. That's good. That is good. We like that. Rough days. It's been a rough day here in this house too. So to start with, the latest one thing that's happened is this afternoon when my husband went walking with the dog did something. I don't know what he did, but he's like the kind of dog that when you throw something, he will just run after it and don't consider how much and how he jumps after it, and how he catches this. And sometimes we have had that before. He kinds of, strain a muscle or something, and I think that's what happens. But so he is a bit in a pain, and he does whine a bit when he is. I think it's mostly when his muscles are cold and he wants to turn around, or then he kinds of cry, and his mom is not really good at handling it when he's crying. So I'm happy I'm streaming, because then I don't have to be witnesses to that. I think because we've seen it before, I'm not worried in that sense, but of course we will be paying attention to whether it's getting better or worse, and if it's not getting better over the weekend, we will be seeing a vet on Monday for sure. So, but hopefully it's just a sprained ankle, a sprained muscle, which hunting dogs like him easily gets, because they're not like, yeah, like I said, they're not good at watching out. They're just acting. and he does get supplements and stuff like that to try, and because he's a grown-up dog, and you know, he's moving, he's getting 7 this year, so he's moving towards the senior years. So we are trying to give him supplements to keep the arthritis and stuff like that a bit away from him. Oh, your little superstar. Yeah. So, and he's just, and even though he's not, you know, crying all the time, I can see that he's not really in his best way. So I will be proud. I'm trying to not be, you know, all over him and be like feeling sorry for him for something, because if I'm like in that state of mind, he might be like, oh, it's dangerous, and it might not be, it might be just nothing. But I think I'm a bit of traumatized with this, because my old hunting dog did a bit of the same, and they can kind of hurt there. They have long legs, and my dogs are not some. I'm not going to, just because they get 8, for instance 8 or 9. I'm not gonna restrain them in the way they move. They are free to run freely, and of course we are trying to, for the next couple of days, we're not going to throw things that he's going to run after. We will be doing some nose exercise instead of, so he will be using his nose and will be in a calm pace. But it's not something, I like my dogs to be as, you know, as much them as possible, and active dogs just, they get, when they're grown-ups, they do tend to be worn out in their muscle a bit faster, I think, than that not non-working dogs are. And my dogs are like, they're not. I mean, they are couch potatoes, but I'm also, they do get to work, they do get to run, and they do get to, for the hunting dogs, they do get to do a lot of search and run through a lot of things and stuff like that, because that's what they like to do. Um, so it's not dogs for shows, and it is a working dog, even though I'm not using him for hunt. But he gets to do a lot of other things, or have been doing a lot of other things, and hopefully it's just his brain, and he will have lots and lots of years on his back. His mom got to be, I think she was 12 or so, so I hope I'm going to have him at least as long time as that. I can't imagine a life without him, I must say. But that's also just something, you know, when you have dogs, and especially I think when you are having these purebred dogs, that they can get things that that are like, the flat-coated retrievers are unfortunately prone to cancer, and it's just a thing, you know, that is kind in, can be a thing in the future. But so I'm just gonna be happy for every day we have him, and he's happy and I'm happy. So that he's not happy today, I'm not happy. So he was just lying on his bed, and looking at me as I was getting ready, and he was like, He was not whimpering or anything. He was just looking at me. But I mean, I've had him for 7 years, so I know how he looks at me when he's not in his best. Um, but my husband do accuse me of pampering him too much. So, okay. So I'm gonna work on the cross stitch today, and I think for a lot of reasons it's a good thing that I'm doing something that can. Oops, sorry. Oops. Wrong button. There you go. Can keep a bit my mind off things and focus on other things. Just because 40, 5:54. Something did happen today, and it did make my um, the whole winter holiday a bit more not as pleasant as it should be. So oh, your dog has a mild version of cancer, and when he shows signs of it, you know what to do. Yeah. I think the problem with the flat-coated retrievers, with the ones I have encountered and heard about that has gets cancer, usually it is something that is so far progressed that is you can't do anything about it because they don't show signs on it until it's too late. So that's a bit, and that's why I'm like I'm just gonna enjoy all the good days I get with him. I know he's here on borrowed time, excuse me, like all the other dogs I've had, but and I do get why people, some people like when they have had their first dog, like they're saying never again. I can't take the pain of losing them because you do it is really short with some of the dogs. It's really short time span you have them. Um, then I would say with the horses, it's a bit easier because if you're lucky, you will have a horse for 25 years or so. And the same with cats. You can have cats for that gets well 15, 20 years, and um, dogs not so much, unfortunately. And of course, it's dogs that's are closest to my heart. I would say dogs, horses, and cats. That's probably the prioritize. Unfortunately, I'm allergic to cats, so but someone told me that if I should get a cat, I just need to make sure it's an indoor cat because then it shouldn't get um, the kind of dandruff that they get when they are outdoor cats. Apparently, I don't know, but that was what something told me. And there are cats I actually do can touch without breaking out. So there might be something about it. But as long as I have a choice not to, then I won't. So what I'm gonna do here? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I had a cat that followed me every morning to the bus when I went to school, and it was waiting for the bus when I returned. Oh, how cute! So was it your own cat, Ula, or was it a stray? Cats are a funny kind of animal, I think, because they can kind of if if it's an outdoor cat in a way, it can adopt a completely whole neighborhood, so to speak, and have different places it will eat and sleep depending on the mood. Um, but it would probably be an indoor cat or a cat where I would have an outdoor enclosure for it, just because I would be a bit afraid of it. Should we are living very close to cars and stuff like that, so just to not have to worry too much about it getting killed by a car. So, and I would have a cat. I would have a Maine Coon for sure. It's my dream cat to get a Maine Coon. I don't think I'm ever going to, but if I should ever get a cat, it would be a Maine Coon. Oh, it was your cat, and it was called Fool. It did it for 2 years. Oh, follow you to the boss. How cute. So, well, you can say with dogs, and I think also because dogs, as just in general, will live closer to the family, and they, they don't have a um, a roaming freedom like cats does. So they will be more attached to us, I think, in a lot of ways. Um, I had a cat when I was very young. We had cats and dogs when in where I grew up. But when I moved out, just because I missed so much having animals around me, I got a cat, and actually I got two because the first one, I think it was killed by a car because it just one day didn't came home. So I got another one, and it was really a nice cat. It was a female cat, so and I think it was because I had it with a boyfriend I lived with at that point, and I think it was rehomed when we split up, as I recall it. Not too much. Too much. So with the diamond painting, I worked on diamond painting today, and uh, I have reached the 2 rows mark. I posted a picture on Instagram, so I have only, it actually is 2.5 row, I would say, because the last row is like a row, and then I think it's 4 lines or something. So depending on how my life looks during weekend and stuff, I think I will be finishing it early next week, Monday or something, Monday or Tuesday, um, and for now my plan is to finishing it before I start the snow dragon, just because when I start the snow dragon, I'm quite certain that I won't get to do anything else. I'm just gonna do that, um, and in a way I feel like I really want to. Um, I really want to finish the Forest Friends before starting anything else. Oh, you had it at your mom's place. Okay. Well, I do enjoy the cats that are where I ride. It is outdoor cats, and some of them are more people minded than others. But the ones that want to cuddle get to cuddle from me. I'm not picking them up or anything. Oh, sorry. I'm not picking them up or anything. Um, hang on. But you can still give them a cuddle, even though you're not like holding them per se. One of them was a really like. Usually she gets them from a cat home or rehome place. So one of and then there's and sometimes it's just strays that kind of settles down at her farm. So I had at her place. So and some of them it was really clear that they have been with humans a lot, and one of them was really like you want to sit on your lap and you could pick it up and everything. So, and the problem is, it's not like it's a severe allergy. I'm just getting really, my nose is itching and my nose start running and I start sounding like I'm really having a bad cold. And that's the allergy, so. So it has been even warmer today. We have had really spring degrees, and it's very tempting to turn down heat and everything. But the thing is, for where we live in the home we have heat in the floors, and that means that if we are adjust when we're adjusting the heat, it does take a couple of days for it to really you can feel it, and then the weather can change again. So we're just gonna see how it is for the next week, and because they have forecast some colder weather next week. So I've just been opening some windows today to get some fresh air in and let a bit of the heat leave the house. Hmm. Okay. Do you have any problems with your chat today, Una? You had a bit of troubles yesterday. Mm. Sorry for the munching sounds. It's not too bad, I hope. Mm. No, it might as well because it. I could see it's about 20 minutes ago or something. It did skip a frame, and that can actually cause it to give a pause, or this turning wheel thing. So let's see. Yeah, 20 minutes ago. Um, I think overall, I have a okay um, connection. Let's see. Yeah, it is a bit. How should I say it? It is a bit. It's not a straight line, so it might skip a frame here and there, but so far it should be durable. Yeah. Still is about an hour late. She wrote to me, but she will be coming around. So she will be around 9, I think. Um, so when she's here, I'm gonna tell you a bit more about the day today because it's been a thing. But until then, I'm just gonna do some cross stitch, and we're gonna talk a little bit about everything else, I would say. um, I saw the last um, a part of a documentary about a horse abuser in Denmark, and it was one of these where you kind of it doesn't really give you an answer on anything, and it doesn't resolve anything, but it is informative, and for a lot of reasons I actually think that's kind of okay. um, because I think a lot of non-horse people have the impression that the horses in Denmark are for the most part having a good life, and unfortunately that is not the case. We've had just had a case with some horse animal cruelty, and with a very well uh, known horse rider, and he had a big place, and he was selling horses to the international scene, and he was a part of the Olympic team and everything, and it the documentary about him showed that he was not. It didn't show that he did it, but as it was his place, it's also his responsibility that the way they train the horses or ride them is the best way, and that the horses are not harmed and anything, and that was not the case. And we were talking a lot about it where I ride, and because he's such a big name, there was a lot of doubt whether it would hurt him or not. But as I said, I think at least a lot of non-horse people get to see the other side that a lot of people in the horse world has known for years exist. Um, and I think that even though we might the documentary might not hit, or it might not hurt, or do anything major to the one who it was about, it will at least raise some awareness about this issue we have. Oh, it's just okay. I'm just looking forward for her to come. She sounds to be really nice. Well, yeah, still is really nice. She is. Her and I have a lot in common. Oh, and now what? don't know. It's still it is a bit wonky, but I think it's just staying a track, and as long as it does that, I'm not gonna do anything about it. It doesn't even have to be my connection that causes the skipping frame. It can also just be a Twitch thing. So there you go. So I think that even though these documentaries might not move much in the case they are trying to put light on, it raised awareness, and I think that is as much is as important as the case the person or if the persons they are talking about. I think the biggest or the biggest problem we have in Denmark with the animal and the animal control is that we have a police that we have to uphold our laws, and that's a good thing. The problem is none of them are really specialized in animal abuse, and it takes a lot for them if they for someone to be denied the right to have animals. And sometimes you can get the impression that the that it's maybe more important to watch out for someone's reputation than take care of the animal or protect the animals. So we there's something wrong with with the way we do it. I think there's room for improvement. Let's just say that there is room for improvement. I talked to Bench earlier today when he had a stream going, and apparently it was his birthday earlier this week. I didn't know, so I was like, "Oh, sorry, happy birthday!" And he was working on a diamond painting and all that, and we were just chatting. And the funny thing was that he was talking about the same thing as I was talking about yesterday, about the whole Botox, lip fillers, and all that with the young girls and all that. So I was like, "Oh, you should have been at my stream." And he said, "Yeah, but I really would have loved to, but my mom stopped by and." And I was like, "Hey, mom, could we do this another time?" But I said, I wrote to him like, "Well, real life is always, more important than whatever we offer in the electronic world. I mean, virtual life should never be more important than real life." So that was a bit stupid. I did it that way, to be honest. Okay, but that's okay. We will do. It's funny thing with Stila and I is that we have never met, and we are living in completely different uh, countries, and we still have a lot in common. Um, a lot of how we are as a person and what we believe in. There's also difference. I mean, I'm not as much into sharks as she is, for instance, um, but it's still there's a lot of things that when we talk about, it's like, oh, you feel like that too. So yesterday when I was talking about going through a rough patch and all the things that changes, and she was like, I know what you feel. I get it. I'm like the same place, so I do get your frustration. Or like, yeah, of course you're at the same place as me. Oh, that is so hilarious. And then on the other end of the scale is like when you get stalkers and people feel like entitled for your time and your attention, and it's like, but you're not the only in the chat, and it's a thing that I kind of, I knew what was was out there, but I was like, nah, I don't need to be taking that into consideration. But the more I encounter it and more I hear about it, I'm like, maybe I should. Maybe I should do that because it's a thing. So I know I need to be careful, very careful about who I invite into my personal part of my life, unfortunately. Um, and that is something I really don't like in a way, because I am like, as a person, I'm more like happy go lucky thing, I think. So I really just want to everyone to be happy. I really don't want anyone to be mad at anyone, don't want any drama or anything. Um, but I also don't want anyone to single me out, to be like entitled for my time and space, because there's only one who has that place, and that's my husband. No one else is entitled to anything of me. What is going on here? We're wondering. Okay, so how much did I get? But it is kind of things that goes with territory. The more popular you are, the more entitled people feel, kind of feeling for your time, and it's like, but that's not how it is. That's not how it works. Just because you are known by a lot of people doesn't mean you owe them anything. I Ula thing is really nice that there's not any drama, and if we are talking about other people, it is in a very respectful and polite way, yeah, and positive way, yeah, for sure. Because you can always, it's really allowed, and I wouldn't mind anyone, I wouldn't ban anyone or block anyone just because they have a different opinion about things that I have. They are very much allowed to have that, as long as they respectful for my opinion. I mean, then I can be as respectful for theirs. But yeah, and like Benj and I was talking about earlier, it's like, and then I think in a way that in one point of your life, you just get to a place where you are in a like I don't care mode. Um, you might want to wind me up, or you might want to have this and this approach to things, but I don't care. I mean, it's it's too much, you know. Um, I don't want to use. I mean, I have, where you kind of, in one way, you wanna, if you see a post on Facebook or Instagram, or you wanna kind of reply it on it, and you don't want to because in a way you feel like no, that's not right. But then I am, and I think Bench are too, in a place in our life where we're like, but I really don't bother for the drama that will come out of it. So I'm just gonna leave it there, and let someone else handle it. That's how I feel like in a way, and because it's not worth it. It's really really not worth it. I have had more than enough drama in my real life. I don't need an online drama too. I really don't. So so in that with that in mind, I think it's one of the things I feel like is really important for me. But I also feel like it's something that has a lot to do with who you are in the way that how what you yeah, you absolutely need to choose your fights, and I think that the fact that sometimes you will bump into people that kind of needs this in their life. They need the drama. It's just like, well, it's just gonna be with me. It's not gonna be with me. You have to find someone else. And and I have a theory, and I don't know if it's right. I know it's right in the real life, but I don't know if it's the same thing going on in. Oops, I'm really good at bumping to the camera today. Sorry. I don't know if it's the same thing when it comes to virtual life, but in real life, it's like if you're a calm person that give calm vibes to other people. For the most part, you will get calm response. Okay? So if you are a very angry person, you will get angry response. And we kind of joke with it here because usually when people visit us, they get very tired. And I say, I take it from the positive angle that it's not because I'm boring, it's because that when they enter our house will give them peace and will give them calmness and the feeling of being safe, and that can sometimes trigger a kind of get really tired. You feel safe enough to actually fall asleep. So my best friend, when she is visiting me from Manchester, she will always be like, okay, the first 24 hours I just need to sleep. Yeah, I know. So so usually we will be talking, for a couple of hours when she comes around, and then we will be like, let's take a nap. And nap, that means that we are still in the same room, most likely in the couch, and both of us will be snuggling up with a blanket and pillows and snoring happily away. So yeah, that's how our life is. So I didn't. I was kind of threatening yesterday by saying, well, when I'm done streaming, I'm gonna take an hour in within on the canvas, but I didn't. I went to my bathroom and then I took a bath. I needed to get my muscles warmed up so they could kind of relax and I could get went to bed. But maybe tonight. Who knows? Depends on how late it's getting in here. Because if I end the stream at midnight, like my plan is, I won't. But if anyone is coming around, like they sometimes do on Friday, just around midnight. I'm probably first gonna end it around 1 a.m. and then I'm going to bed for sure. I still have my horseback riding tomorrow, and I'm going to make sure I am as fresh and, spunky as possible. No, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. Um, so I'm a bit, I hope, my fingers crossed, that I won't get any trays until I reach month of March, because then you know, I have the money, but I'd rather save them um, for the import tax and all that. I'm getting trays from Munimade, and I'm getting trays from Firefly. Stila Chicky has been really, really nice. She has given me a gift, and she won't, because she says, because I'm using trays and I'm not afraid of telling what I think of the trays. She really would like me to give my opinion about some trays, and she had some money. Um, when I was finished yesterday, all Ulla was going to do was going to bed because she was so tired. But it was nice being with me. But and it's I enjoy so much being with you, Ulla. We are having some really good chats, I think. Um, so, and it's just one of these things that I, I've heard others got this, and I got this. You get relationship cross borders, cross all kinds of things, just because we are still kind of anonymous in here. We can be honest, and but for all we know, the only one who really can kind of reveal anything about themselves is me, because all of you guys are like just text in a chat. So, but on the other hand, I'm like, if I can help people by being on stream, keeping them company for, like I said, for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, well, my job is done. If that helps other people to cope with whatever they're coping with, I mean, then my effort, what I do, is really the smallest thing. I think, what does a wise woman do here? Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep straight out. Um, but it also, I mean, there's no doubt about that. Streaming is rough, and you give a little bit of yourself every time you turn on the camera. And that's no matter whether you can see me, my face, or you can't, because I'm still a voice. You can still see my hands, and from that, I hope that it will give you some kind of impression that this is not a bot, it is actually a real person. The problem with it is, I think, or the challenge is that some people, even though it should be obvious this is a person, they kind of forget that there's a human being behind the voice and the whole, platform and all that. So that means that some people can kind of feel, misunderstand things. They can hear or see things that are not real. Um, like one of, I was on Miss Coffee's. Yeah, I know I help you so you won't feel that lonely. I know, and I'm happy I can do that. Just by being me. the most easy task ever. That is the most easy task ever. Um, so I was on Miss Coffee's stream this morning, and she rated out to another one streamer I'm following, and he told that he actually got a welfare check because the police had got some reports that someone was like stalking him, and there was some death threats and all that against him because someone felt like he had done them wrong or something. And I'm like, what the actual hell? I mean, but I know, and these people that are like this, they have something that is wrong in their mind because they're not right in their mind. That is my unprofessional opinion about it. Now, I really think they do have a personality disorder. I think in a way where they misinterpreted things they hear and say, so they feel like they are entitled to act or react in a certain way um, that they are not. Hmm. Oh, that should be the orange. What the actual? You love it when I laugh, because every time I laugh, you smile and you laugh with me. Well, goal achieved. Yeah. Well, it is the shortest distance between two people is actually the smile, so that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. I really hope this I'm not quite sure. Should I stitch one more here? But if I do that, I will cover the orange color now. I'm just talking to myself, and this is actually one of the things I think is the hardest thing with this stamp cross stitch is that it's not always easy to see where you put the stitch, whether it's the right place or not. So sometimes I'm just going by, okay, I'm going with the flow. I don't want to swap things up or anything. I'm just gonna say, okay, this is the way it's gonna be. So I'm kind of just stitching the lines, and then later I will be filling out the blanks with the big color that is orange here on the canvas. So my plan for tomorrow is I'm gonna horseback ride at 11 a.m. and then when I'm done with that, I am going to take a nap. My husband is probably going out for groceries, I would imagine, while I am napping, and hopefully my dog will be okay. And yeah, we are going with that one. And tomorrow should be a better day in a lot of ways. So let's see. Could we? Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, this makes sense. I think I'm not like a crazy expert, but I do think still I'm able to see if it looks right. Does it make sense, the colors I put there compared to how the line is? And I actually think that is the case. Should I also move the camera so you actually could see what I'm doing? Just so I'm working here, and here is with some of it's a blue triangle, and look, when I look at the canvas, it actually looks a bit more like it's a greenish blue with a bit of orange, and I'm not, the triangle should be in the square where you put the stitches, but it's not quite. And some of the places, some of the squares, it's actually a bit of a half and half, half orange, half this blue triangle. So I'm just going with that, with the flow. And when I've done most of, I think when I've done the most of here with the blue triangle, I'm going to start filling out with the orange. So most of this would be filled out. Yeah. Maybe I should do this part too. There's a bit here too, so I could use a strand there. Yeah, we go. That is a plan, and in 16 seconds I will be changing everything up, but who knows? Who cares? Here. Da, da, da. So we're going over and around and down, and then I will be starting a new one going up and around. Yeah, that's what we will be doing. At one point, and now you can laugh at me if you want to, but I did actually at one point, I was thinking of reading a book, like reading out loud for my chat, just because, first of all, I love reading out. Second of all, it's like, it could be a different thing to do on my stream. And if there's not too many that want to chat, this could just be like, well, then craft, and I'm gonna read out loud from this book, like an audiobook, but with me in real time. And then I came, I kind of, I won't say I forgot about it, but I kind of lost interest when I decided I was gonna stop streaming from YouTube. But I actually remember it here the other day, and I was like, maybe I could still do it. I mean, from Twitch. So every now, once in a while, I will be reading a book. And then the next question is, should the book be in Danish or should it be in English? And I was like, yeah, well, I think the kind of, it probably it makes more sense to read it in English. But in a way, I was actually thinking of, because like I could read uh, H.A. Anderson's fairy tales, because a lot of the fairy tales he wrote, or the Grimm's brothers, have been made as movies or cartoon movies today. So there would be a lot of you would recognize your figures, or the whole plot thing and all that. So who knows? Maybe one day I will be dragging out a book and start reading a fairy tale for you guys. I think in a way it could be kind of funny, but I'm not gonna read a whole like Lord of the Rings, not in the beginning anyway. But like if, because some of the fairy tales from H A H E um, from Anderson is actually quite short, so that could make sense. When is this origin? Oh yeah. I love when people are reading out loud, and I love listening to audiobooks. Yeah, me too. To me, listening to people reading out loud is like that my dad did when I was a kid. Did a lot of, and because it wasn't the same like things you could do when I grew up. So my parents actually did a lot of. My mom was knitting, my dad was reading out of a book, and that was their kind of afternoon um, rituals, and yeah. So and I think that could be. It was really a nice one, and I have I will say a lot of things didn't work between me and my ex-husband, but that was actually one of the things that did work was that he and I loved reading equally much, so we would just be reading for each other from different books, and in that way you actually got to read, so to speak, more than one book. So that was really nice, and I miss that part of partnership sometimes. But that's just because I'm a book nerd, I think. Um, but I don't have fairy tales in English, unfortunately. So it would be something I should kind of get, either buy it as a used book. I could try and go down. We have a bookstore in the nearest town where you can buy used books, and I could see if I could find them in English. Fairy tales. So that might be something I would do probably during summer where there's not that many people here, and you're maybe not that much into the mood of I may not be into the mood of crafting, but I would still love to do some streaming. So that could that could be an alternative. It could absolutely be an alternative. Um, I am having a winter holiday next week. I am not going to stream extra just because I'm not working, because I will be working on doing videos as much as I possibly can. So I really want to do how to videos, this is how I do it when I start up a kit up kits. This is how I do when I kit down kits, and this is how I storage them. This is, and so on and so forth. This is the different types of trays, good and bad things, and with the pens too, and all that. So I have like 4 or 5 longer videos I would love to record next week. And on top of that, I want to do more of the short ones for my gallery. I have a lot of uh, done finished diamond painting pictures just standing by for me to record them. So am I getting, yeah, I'm kind of getting short here for the red, of course. So in the last part of January, I was talking with my writing instructor to plan for when I was coming to have lessons, and because I was kind of booking so far ahead, I could decide my own hours for this upcoming month, and that means February and at some of March. And she was like, "Yeah, I think it's your old time slot that is free. Do you want that?" And I said, because I said, "Well, what is the alternative?" And she said, "Yeah, you can also get the the hour before, that will mean the old one was 11 a.m. and that's an old one. And then for the longest time, I did it 10 a.m. And I was like, if I can choose myself, I think, to be honest, that 11 a.m. will suit me best, because then I can sleep in a bit, have a good, nice wake up, get out of bed, and still feel like I have no rush. So I am riding tomorrow at 11 a.m. So that means that I am leaving home 10 a.m., stopping at our local shop to buy a croissant. So croissant has become my thing I do buy and eat whenever I go out on Sundays to ride horses. It's kind of, I won't even say it's a reward, because I haven't done anything other than get up. But it's just kind of, not sun, it's Saturday and the sun is shining, and Pia needs to be nice to herself. So I get a croissant, and then I go out to the horses and I have a cup of coffee. No, I have a cup of tea that I'm bringing myself, because I'm not that much into black tea. I'm more a white or green tea girl. And if I am getting black tea, I usually want milk in and stuff like that. So I'm just bringing my tea. Then I'm like getting whatever I want. And it happens so. Yeah, I know I'm allowed to spoil myself. I know. I know. And especially because it makes me happy, right? So, but I have a Stanley a whole thermo thing, one that can hold 2 liters. So, yeah. And the other day, it's been a while ago, I heard that there was a whole hype about this Stanley cup thing, and I was like, Stanley, but that's my thermo flask, I think it is. Um, what the actual hell? What do they mean? So, so I am hip with the hippest. I have a Stanley, and I will say it's a very, very good flask. It holds the my tea hot. If I forget to empty it when I get home, if and usually I would just be putting in the kitchen, but sometimes I forget it in the car. So, and then I will be seeing it Monday, for instance. It's still hot when I empty it, so it does really hot. It hold the fluids really good. Um, the temperature of the fluids really good. I am only the one I have has only been used for tea. So, and I am, brewing the tea. So, it's not just the water, it's also the leaf and all that in. So, it's just ready to drink when I get out to the horses. Um, so I have a cup of tea. I Wait a minute. What's that? And then I have my croissant. I sit and watch whoever's riding before me. I have just been over and say hi to the boys, the horses, and when I do these things on my Saturdays, I am more alive than I am than I am during the week. I will say it's so amazing, and I feel so just in balance with me, the nature, everything. It's like just it's all like finding balance all around me and inside of me, and it's so good. I mean, it's so good. So if I should ever give an advice to anybody, who would be what should I do? And I would say you need to do what makes you genuinely happy. And if you don't know it, you need to figure it out. And by that I mean, because you can be like, oh, it's too expensive to go horseback riding, oh, it's too expensive to have a dog, I don't have time for a dog, or I don't have time for that. Make time. Take the challenge. Make time. It will repay you more than you can imagine. Most of the memories and the things you do and you experience with an animal is priceless. Absolutely priceless. So I would say that's something you should do for yourself. Did you get anything good to eat? Eat when? Um, on Valentine's Day? Oh, um, we didn't. I think actually, to be honest, I think my husband forgot all about what we talked about. That I wanted Korean takeaway. So, but we did get takeaway. We just got from the local pizza shop, but it was good. It was good. And we were, you know, just hanging out, and we saw a. We start watching a new series that is a reality series about Sylvester Stallone's family with him in. Also, he was also a part of it. It was hilarious. We're gonna watch some more. I think it is on. It's not. I was almost gonna say it's not as bad as Real Housewife, but it has a bit of the seriousness, and it's where you get to watch a bit behind the scene on Sylvester Stallone's life, and you see how he's going about with his day. And they have some real honest talk with the cameras, the whole family, one by one. And he has three daughters and, of course, a wife. So we were talking, just my husband and I was talking about it. I know why he's been so much away, because imagine when these daughters got in the teenage ages, all, and they seemed kind of close age wise. So that must have been funny. No, I loved watching it in the way that, because it was not taking itself too serious, but still there was some seriousness in it, and you get to see a bit of this siblings rivalry, and a bit, I would say it's a bit mixed between the Kardashians and Real Housewives and all that. But I actually think it was a bit more honest, in a way. Maybe it's just me. Um, I haven't watched in the I watched the first seasons of Kardashians because I felt like the same way about it. Um, I haven't watched them for ages. Um, and I feel like with this is, and I also watched this, the Real Housewife in the beginning, and I watched rewatched some of the newer seasons of that the other day by accident. And I mean, there might be different people that be a part of it, but it's still the same kind of drama. But in a way, with all the war going on, with all the drama going on in my own life, I'm like, I really love to see that even no matter how money you have, you still can be like a mess. That kind of get my hopes up. Not everything is lost for me. I'm almost done munching. Oh, okay. We're gonna do a bit more of this, and then I think we're gonna do angel cards, and then I'm gonna do. I'm actually thinking in a way I wanted to do scratch board, but I'm a bit tired in my eyes, a bit worried about it. But I think I want to start on working on one of the smaller scratch board, because if I can't do it, you know I still will feel like I got to do something. Whereas if it's one of the big ones, more like, oh, I didn't get to do, what I planned for. So just that I still come out on top of things. So I think I'm gonna share with you what's a bit of what's going on, because it's been a day, and as I said in the beginning, and just because I can repeat myself when Stella is coming, even when she will be here. Um, it's just that the more I talk, the less meaning it makes what I say if you don't get a bit of the background for today. Because I know I can feel that I'm not having quite the same spark as I usually have, and it has something to do with today. Um, and today, to start to make a very long story very short. My husband lost his job today, and to say that it came as a surprise is an understatement. Um, he slash we were warned a bit about it yesterday, but no one said how it was going to be. Because he was actually expelled, and that means that he was not. He was like, you know, followed to the door and shown the door, and so he's not going to back to work, and he will get paid for today, and that's it. Um, so that was kind of, hit in the guts, and we. It was like when he wrote it to me, I was like, "What the actual hell are you writing to me?" And I picked up the phone and I called him and said, what's going on?" And he said, "Yeah, so and so and so, and that means this and this." And I was like, "Okay, well, come home and let's talk about it." I could hear that he was in shock, and I will say, as day has progressed, he's not in shock. He's just mad now, pure, pure mad. And I get it. Um, the reason why they want to get rid of him in the official version is that there were some that the hours he's been registering was not aligned with the hours that the GPS in the car was showing he was driving and holding, keeping, holding still, and all that, stop and go. And what they did was that they didn't give him a chance to explain himself. They didn't give him. They didn't show him where the difference was, and they they simply just asked him to leave. And so our theory is that the one who fired him just wanted to get rid of him. The problem is that I think they kind of did this, or he did this. The boss that did it have done it without really realizing what they did, because my husband has a lot of knowledge about the thing, how to solve a lot of the tasks they have going on, and that need to be solved on a monthly basis. He's been there from the beginning, from 4 years ago, and so getting rid of him now just leaves everyone else with lots and lots of work. They were behind just as it is, and now they're even more behind. They are putting two people together that where one is a very young lad, the other one is not very sure in his knowledge. So him and my husband usually would be partnering up, because they had a good working team, and my husband could give some of his knowledge away, and the other one was very eager to learn. So the really grotesque and crazy thing about this is that the way my husband has registered the hours is the way that everyone is doing it. No one is doing it differently, and the way the thing they had said and said, this is why, is completely not fair. I mean, it's just okay. So they kind of say that you are not allowed to. The way you make money to the company is that you are quicker to solve your tasks, and then because you will cook it, the company will then charge the customer for whatever price they have agreed upon. But if you are quicker in doing your job, you can get more tasks done. Quite of logic. So one of the things my husband did was he was traveling to another part of Denmark, and he every month. So when you do the same thing every month, it doesn't take you long to do the task. Um, so, but they thought that it should take him longer to do it, so that he didn't write the whole hour was not correct. He should have written a whole hour, and he should have been a whole hour to do it. And he's like, but I was not. I mean, how can I? But I think for me, there's a lot of things, a lot of about the law they haven't been doing it right by, but they have kind of. One thing is if they have had fired him and be like, okay, we are not on the same page about how you should do your job. We don't agree the way you do it or whatever. That is something you can let slide. But they had started this on the highest level on conflict, like what you can equal to open war, because they have used the hardest sanction possibly in a working relationship thing, where you can say you can get fired or you can get expelled. You can get a warning, you can get a oral warning, you can get a written warning. Then you actually think you can get two written warnings, and then if you haven't been able to rectify whatever you should rectify, they can fire you. The reason you can get expelled is if you are have been taking money, stolen money from the company, if you have um, put done anything, drinking, meeting on, intoxicated in some way, been doing sexual harassment against someone, being violent, and my husband has done none of that. Actually, to boil it down, they expelled him upon 2.5 hours, because in what they gave him, the only thing they mention is 2.5 hours, that they, which is a case that actually they have taken him, they have what do you say, counter taking the money from him in his salary on the 2.5 hour. So that should be out of the way. It wasn't. It was still in the book, in their books, and then it was just a fluffy thing about it was extended amount of hours that was in difference, but they haven't allowed him to explain why there was this difference between what they do and what the GPS is showing. And they had a remark on that the GPS was holding still, but it was still running. The motor was still running, and it was like, yeah, I was probably um, holding in, holding still to talk on the phone, because you're not allowed to use the phone and drive at the same time. So he was just, I was not, I was probably just stopping in at the side of the road and talk on the phone. But and again, no one has shared with him what the right way to do it. They just say now that this is not the way to do it. So he's been talking with the union. He's been talking with here now former colleagues. He has there's an opening maybe in another company that he can start in. But so we him and I will have winter holiday together after all. Not in the way I wished for, but yeah. So it did throw us a bit off the balance, I would say, and he's been very mad a lot of the day, and I get why. I'm just giving him as much space as possible, and yeah. So the thing with my dog just came up on top of that, was a bit of just the final straw in a way. So I was like, oh, do I really want to go and stream? And I feel like my mind is somewhere else, but I'm still here, and the crafting things kind of keeps me in balance and keeps me grounded, I think. So so this was spill the beans for today, I think. So that's what's going on, and it's not you would say he will still get paid for the month of February, up till today, which is mid month. It makes me sad to hear, but he will get something else to do. He sounds like a nice man. He is a nice man, and I think as a colleague, he's even better. Which has been shown to him today because a lot of people has been really upset. There was a uh, chaos in where he used to work, and people were calling him on all day. What the hell is going on? What is happening? What? You gotta be kidding me! So and I think that the person that wanted him to be gone, because this really sounds like a lot of manhunt. Um, I really think that he hasn't really done the calculation on how expensive this is going to be, because just putting aside all the legal things that might be coming in the future, but just the fact that they're going to lose money, they're removing an asset which has a significant amount of knowledge of how to solve the day-to-day task, the monthly task, the on-call things, all that, including have the respect for the teams, for the boys in his team, as he says. Um, so with all that in mind, um, he they're gonna lose money because they can't. I mean, he had about 50 tasks uh, lying waiting on him, and that's just gonna someone else gonna do that, and no one has that room for it. No one is not doing anything. So yeah, yeah. Of course, he's gonna get something else to do. I'm not afraid of that. It. I think the thing, if you should say like in sorry, I was just my watch was just alarming me. The whole thing is that we don't have a lot of money, and when something like this happens, he will lose money. The thing we can hope for is that because he was on call last week, so those money will be like they have to pay him now then, and then he will get money from the unemployment part. So he will get money. He just won't get that much as if he was on work, of course. So we have to kind of limit this. Um, but as I said, my hope is that when we reach the month of March, he will have a new job or he will have a new job inside. Because they have already tried um, to uh, to enlist him in another company, has tried to niche him. So, and he said no at that point because, first of all, it meant a lot of office hours and he wasn't interested in that. Second of all, it was a lot in the big cities and he was not really into that. But on the other hand, you can say that maybe for a while at least, he can do it and see if maybe if it is now he's going to do it, if they can offer him a good salary, and I actually think they can, he might even be able to, negotiate some good conditions. Because the thing is that the the position he said no to hasn't been um, taken by anyone. So it's still available. It's still an issue for them to get someone to take that. So I think there might be an opening there, and let's see what, you know. A lot of people are having winter holiday next week, but the week after, people are coming back. Let's see what will surface there. I think, and just for a week, I think we should just kind of, do what makes us happy. I will try and get as much done on my channel, but I also need to make sure that my husband is okay, of course. So there might be some of my plans that will be pushed a bit, and maybe be like, okay, I'm not gonna do that because it's more important for me to be there for my husband. Um, as I said earlier, real life will always be more important than online life, and that's just how it is. So, but it does push us a bit, but maybe it can be a blessing in disguise. There might be something else good laying around the corner for him that he might not been seen if it hadn't been for this. You never know, and I'm I'm positive. Um, I'm gonna keep the happy face and the good energy up, and of course allowing my husband to be mad. He said this night, he said, I didn't thought I would still be mad, but I am. I said, I think it's quite okay you're still mad at them, as long as you use that angry face to something good next week by talking to um, the union, and get some answers and what to do, and what they said in the beginning. For the starters, he needed to send a mail, and um, that he was not accepting that he was the way he was asked to leave. So we will see. They needed that in writing, and I mean, we will see. I think for a lot of reasons they have made a big mistake. Because if they had just fired him, he would be like more, well, okay, I'm just gonna leave when my 4 month of uh, period in which I have to work, and then that's it. Now they risk getting dragged into work court, because there are actually things, in my opinion, that you can put a question mark to and be like, this is not the way to do it, and you are actually um, doing something that is illegal. We actually made a law to protect people that are not on the employer side, that are on the other side of the table. We actually did make some laws in Denmark to protect that us as employees. So you are not allowed to do this, and I actually think there are a lot of laws they have crossed the line on, and you can question mark. One of the things, if I am right, so what will happen is that the union will contact the old employer. They will ask for a statement, and they will call for a meeting, so that the employer get the chance that my husband never got, to explain themselves. And depending on how that meeting is going, they can kind of get to a agreement. So if they do that, that will always be like at least they have to pay him the 4 month that they kind of owe him because they didn't want to fire him on unusual manners. So and then they can be also be asked to pay for whatever hurt he might have suffered physical and emotionally for the way they treated him. So in that sense, with that in mind, I think that they made a big mistake in the way they treated him. And I also think, to be honest, that the person that did this, that instigated the whole thing, and that was on a manhunt, his boss does not know what is going on. But he will know because someone will tell him. Uh, and they, I mean, if they are just a bit, um, what should I say, smart about it, they will contact my husband Monday and say, we made a mistake. We know we can't give back, but we can pay you 4 months of salary as, as a, we are sorry that has happened for that because that was not right. Um, that would be the best way to solve it because there's a whole there's a today, and that's what you always need to remember as a part of a modern world is today you have a third um, player in the game because you have the employer, you have uh, the workplace, the hiring people, and then you have the whole social media. And that's not because you are going to threat with it or then I'm just gonna say bad things or anything. But we are living in Denmark, and we do have free speech, and we can write whatever we want to. Of course, being aware of that it can have consequences, but compared to what my husband has been subjected to today, the consequences from that company can't be that big. In the paper he got from them, they say you need to remove our name from your profile. And my husband was like, I'm going to decide that on my own. You are not going to decide that anything for me on that part. I will decide for myself when I remove your name or not. And I was like, yeah, but you, if that is how they treat you, you won't have their name on your profile anyway. So, okay. So yeah, that's what's going on in my life at the moment. Yippee! Yay! I know it's going to be okay. It's bad, but it's not that bad, and we will be okay at one point. It's just I am not good at handling or coping with things that that kind of surface out of the blue. I am not good at that, and so if you keep that in mind, it's just you know I prefer not to be a part of a chaos like that. Um, I thrive in structure and planning, and I'm not good at when things happens outside of what I have planned. Um, that being said, we have been here before with me having a job, he's not having one, and then the other way around. So it's not uncommon for us. As I said to my husband, well, we just have to go back to old habits about, you know, just minimize everything. Um, but so I will say that a lot of things I did have planned for, I'm just gonna shove them a bit into the future, to be honest. So I'm not gonna buy anything in the month of March until, I mean, until you get a new job. Then we can go out and go crazy. But until then, I will have to just work with what I already got. I have a lot I can do, so it's not like I am, you know, not having any kind of crafting things I can keep busy with. Thank God for that. Um, so I think we should do some angel cards. I know Stila hasn't turned up yet, and I think she just got, you know, occupied with probably her sons or something. So we're just gonna move on, and whenever she does turn up, I will do some small angel cards for her because she's such a sweetheart. So I will do that. Also because it's the small ones. So, but Ulla, you can do, and whoever is lurking behind the scene can, will, if they want to, they have to give me a number in chat, and I will count out cards to that number and show whatever is on that card. So that's how we do it. I am going to mix the cards with my very smooth mixing hand. I think I'm gonna just go, let's see, hang on, I'm just gonna zoom out here. I want to have it, yeah. So the reason why I want it out so much is just because it's easier for me to move the camera up and down, and then when I have it in a final position, I can zoom it in, you know. Okay. Oh, wrong scene. So Ulla's saying 7. Let's see what lies for you in 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I need to focus. It says know yourself, and it has a mirror and an angel. So that's the card for you today. And you got presents yesterday. So they are kind in the same group, I would say, that you need to look in the mirror and, you know, be there. Hey, Stila, we just talked about you. Driving home from the office, so I'll just be listening. Oh, it's not too late. I will draw you 13. For sure, Stila. For sure. Yeah, keep listening. Don't look, just listen. We want to have you home safely. Okay? We want to have you home safely. 13. Okay, let's see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And what does it say? It says, Sheila, you need to use your intuition. So you have to trust what you feel. So whatever you are battling with at the moment inside of you, trust whatever feels right. Okay? So um, I'm gonna do the setup for the scratch board. I think that is what I feel like. That is what I feel like doing. And I'm gonna do the small one today, and the reason is that as I said before, I am a bit in between with my eyes, so they're tired, but they're not that tired. So in a way, I feel like I might be accomplishing more doing the small one because it's not that big of a card. And it will be like I can show you more. Whereas if I work on the big ones, it will be for me like it will be like I've only done this really small part before I kind of caved in and gave up and went to something else because my eyes were too tired. So and this is one I already started on, so I just need to find an angle. And I know Ulla would love to have it a bit closer so she can see what I'm doing. So we are trying to accommodate that. First I need to get it in position, a kind of a working position. And then I'm going to zoom in. So this is zoom out further, and this is zoom in. Let's see. Yeah, zoom in closer. So zoom out further, zoom out further. Yeah. And then we can zoom in closer. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do like zoom out further. Zoom in closer. Yeah, it's going to be there. We're gonna stay there. So I will be doing scratch not until, but I will be doing scratch. And then hopefully when Stila lands home safe, we can talk a bit more about what happened today. I think it's the most fair thing is that she can actually respond to what she hears. I think I'm going to go with the hummingbird here. Oh, I'm still off here actually. You know those wind chimes you can have in your garden? I've always wanted some of those, and all of the men I've been living with has said no, 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 and no. And I'm like, please. But now I'm actually living with a husband, which find it very hard to say no to me. And so I actually got my wind chimes in a made out of bamboo, and to me they have the most amazing soft sound. I love it. And but I have been very I didn't do it until the um the stepson that actually slept in the room closest to where they are was has moved out. So because he was a light sleeper and has been for the most part of his life, so having a wind chime like that, he would never get sleep. I mean, it was all enough that the pigeons, when they in the morning were like sitting and, you know, having a partner discussion over life, or he was trying to make babies, mini pigeons with her, um, it could drive him mad. It's like, those pigeons are on it again. Am I allowed to shoot them down with the air gun? I was like, what? No. Not if you want to stay living in under my roof. I'm sorry that they keep you awake in the morning, but that's just how it is. If you want it any other way, it's not going to be right. You can't even see what I'm doing. That's amazing, Pia. So what I did was I actually just finished the wing of this hummingbird. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move it again because I want to do the other hummingbird. Amazing. Amazing. Oh God. So, so I'm working here on the wings. The colors under these hummingbirds are amazing too. They're actually really, really beautiful. Um, I kind of wondered at one point how they, do they before the print, do they color the paper to fit the print, in ways so that, for instance, you don't get a odd color. For instance, on in the eyes, I'm gonna scratch inside the eyes too. So I hopefully this will be a white or a light, yeah, very light color. So, but actually, you wouldn't know, would you? Yeah, they're actually kind of a skin color. Uh, and I was like, what did I do with the other one? But the other one has closed eyes. Let's see. How does it look? So it has kind of a skin color in the eye. Yeah. Okay. We will worry when we come to that. For now, I'm just gonna do these amazing hummingbirds. So, let's see. Yeah. So yeah, for now I am just gonna. I would almost say I'm gonna put a pause to a lot of things. Not everything because I can't pause everything, but I have to wait and see anyway. With a lot of things, unfortunately. So I feel really blessed that that I already paid for my writing card and all that. So I don't like feel like be in that can I at all afford to pay for my writing lessons for the next 10 times. Um so I don't know, in a way I have a feeling that he will get an offer of a new job, you know, within we reach month of March, but we don't know. It caught me a lot off guard, this one, to be honest. It did really. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can use this one for this. But I think I might be kidding up the small one um, on stream Sunday, and maybe because it's I think there's 50 colors or so. So I could start on it um, before stream and do a short video about that, and then finishing it on stream, and then start. No. I'm not gonna start on the small. I was thinking of starting the small one, but I kind of said no because I actually wanted to save it for a video. The funny thing is that because I speak so much English with my stream, sometimes it's really hard for me. I really need to retake the start of the Danish videos because I start with like, "Hey, welcome to Pia's Creative Corner. My name is No," and then I will have to redo it in Danish like, "Hey, welcome to Pia's Creative Corner," or something, blah, blah, blah. And like, oh shoot, I have to do it again. So, and that's why it's kind of draining, I think, and sometimes I'm like, I almost wish I could just keep on and then pop in a already recorded, pre-recorded start, you know. But on the other hand, I don't really mind. I really don't. Um, and sometimes, sometimes I record for an hour, and then when I start listening to the video, I'm like, you can't put this online. You can't put this on your channel. You have to redo. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be tomorrow. I'm not gonna redo an hour now. Oh God. So, and you can say at that point it might have been good to just be able to cut out whatever you want to cut out, put in a bit of a music or some stream or picture, whatever, and be like, okay, usually it's because I'm rambling a bit and I might be touching some topics that I really don't want to touch but do it anyway, and I really regret it afterwards, like, no, I can't talk about that. And it's not like I won't even say it's because it's not safe for kids to listen to. A bit emotional maybe, like you have to be a bit emotionally mature or knowledgeable, but I think it's more to do with that. Like, how do people take it if I say this? I at one point I actually did a video about the whole copyright thing, and I went a bit overboard with my opinion about it. And when I listened to it afterwards, I'm like, okay, if I listen to this without knowing me, I would be like, she does not really like other people, other human being, does she? Because it was just like I was the only one who was doing it right, everyone else was doing it wrong. I'm like, no, no, I can't put this on. So, and sometimes it's my dog coming around, nudging to me or nudging to the camera. I'm like, oh, man. So he was really off guard of everything today. He was like, why is that man home? And he went out. My husband went out for a walk with the dog in the morning, in late morning. What, I don't know what that's called, but like 10 a.m. or so. And my dog was like, then they came home, and I moved myself from the couch. He was just jumping up and down like, oh, we're going for a walk. And I was like, no, you just went for a walk with your dad. I'm just going to the toilet. Go away. But that's what, like we were talking about yesterday, Ula, about all the routines. That it's just such that when it's around that time on an everyday, that means Monday to Friday. And if we have been like alone from the beginning, it I can't just shift things around and be like, okay, now it's your dad going with you, I'm gonna stay home. No, 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 no. That does not fly with him. It did because he had to like be like, okay. Then instead of going for a walk, we went to the garden and put up some feed for the birds, and it was not what he wanted, but that it was what he got. So he kind of had to be like, okay, okay. So it was a bit of a strange day for him too, that his dad suddenly were home, um, and his dad was in a strange mood. I think that's they kind of feel it. They know you're not happy go lucky or your usual set of mind. I would guess that he had a higher blood pressure than usual, so that would be like what he was kind of passing on to the dog. Because the dog was actually reacting to him, like checking him out and being like watching him all the time. Are you okay, Way? Are we okay here? Yeah, we're kind of okay, I think. We're kind of okay. It is a bit wobbly, but it's okay. It's keeping in. So, and Stila, if you're wondering, my husband lost his job today and was like shown the door immediately. So, he's not going back. And it also means that usually if they fired him on normal terms, he would have right to be there for 4 months and have the job for 4 months and get paid for 4 months. But they choose to show him the door, expelled him, and that means that they can actually just show him the door. And yeah, I think he was just trying to watch out for him. I really do think that. Um, it's just when they do that, they tend to be a bit awkward about it, and like he was standing in the way all the time, and like trying to get his attention. So you tend to be a bit annoyed about it, I think. unfortunately. So we have had a bit of a strange day here in our little home. Um, I've had a not very happy husband going around, smoking a lot of cigarettes. And he said here this evening, he said, I didn't think I would still be angry, but yeah. And I'm like, I get it, honey. I totally get it. And you're in all your rights to be angry. Because you did nothing wrong. You haven't done anything that no one else does in the company. So this has nothing to do with you, but everything to do that the fact that the man who fired you was going after you as a person, and this was a manhunt. Oh, so when Ulla started in her uh, trial area, trial period, the first day on the first day in the morning, her dog could feel that something was wrong, so he stayed at her side the whole time to just tell her that it's gonna be alright. Yeah. They tend to be able to. I mean, it's like when you had the flu and I had fever. Usually my dog would be like, get out of bed, and jumping around on me, and be like, every time I kind of just breathe in a different way, he'd be like, oh, we're getting out now. But that day where I was really having on the Monday, which was like the second day I had fever, when it really hit me, he was nothing like that. He just caved in, so to speak, and laid in the bed and was like, and if I went out to go to the bathroom or anything, he would just wake up and look at me, be like, are you okay? And watch me go to the toilet, and he would still be awake, but he wasn't alarmed or anything when I came back. So he was not trying to do a lot of things, and actually he was just laying around until I was like, okay, let's go. He'd be like, oh yeah, let's go. Um, so yeah, they for sure they can feel these things, and what they can't hear, they can smell. Whenever you're if your blood is your heart is pumping the blood around your body faster, or your heart rate is rising, and because your body will smell differently, and the dog will react to that. And of course the dog will also react to your behavior is differently than it is in your everyday life. And that's also why this whole, if you have a service dog, the perfect way of partnership is something that is built. It's not some and earned in a way. It's, you don't get it when you get the dog. When you get the dog, you get the opportunity to build this, and that is why the those who are in charge of the whole um, partnering up thing, they're very careful about that it is the right ones that gets to the right, that the right dogs are getting the right handlers or people to be responsible for. When my husband is sick and my dog is sick, then they just are in the bed all day. Yeah. Yeah. I would say in that sense I do actually. To be very fair, I have a very unlikely man, because he's not very, he should, if he lies in bed, it's because he can't get out of it. It's not because he's fever or anything. He would still get out of bed. He's not really good at lying in the bed. Um, for some reason, he preferred to sleep on the couch. Okay, home first. Trust intuition really hit home. Stuff going on with youngest. I feel like I should talk about with him without. We have a close relationship, but I think he needs a kick in the pants, if you know what I mean. Just got to be careful on my approach so he'll hear me instead of buck my opinion. Yeah. So sorry to hear about hobby's job stuff. Too bad you don't live closer. Yeah, we could use a good electrician. Yeah, that is not optimal. That could be nice. That could be nice. That it is in these situations. I'm really missing my best friend. Just to pop into a cup of coffee, have a talk about what's happening, what's going on, and pop out again. You know. And for some reason, I kind of have the because I have friends I could do it. I just don't. And it is a bit of a strange thing, but I think that if she was here, I would do it just because it's something we've always done and like done it both ways. So I would do it with her, she would do it with me. I have in periods I've done it with some of my friends, but I've kind of never done it the other way around. So I'm like I'm not really into that much anymore. I still love them dearly, and it's just different kind of friendship we have. I think it has also changed a bit during years. Um, so yeah, yeah, it is. It's a to be honest, it's a shit show with his work or his former work. Um, but I'm kind of trying to keep the positive about maybe this is just um, maybe some good will come out of this bad. So so yeah, I have been a bit. We got caught a bit off guard and then not. We were warned about it yesterday that he might get fired, but none of us has imagined, not even the source we got it from, imagined that he would actually get expelled and would be like shown the door. So, and the thing about the way they did it, they can't do it the way they did it, and they can't do it with the reason they listed for doing it. So, in my opinion, Um, so we that is my husband has contacted our union or his union, and they have agreed upon taking the case and help him as much as they can. And another thing is that my husband is actually one of the few in the company that knew all about the main contractor they have. So he knew all about where the different um, things were, and had a lot of contact inside of both, yeah, everywhere almost, because he's a very likable man. So people likes him and likes to work with him. Um, and all of them, I would say, did contact him today. I was like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, it's an opportunity to come. That's what happened when my hubby got laid off 10 years ago. He just celebrated his 10 years anniversary with the current company he's working in. Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. I really hope so. So, and on top of that, when after my nap, while I was napping, my husband went out for the afternoon walk with the dog, and then when they came home while I was diamond painting, working on Forest Friends, and he said, "Well, yeah, I think he might have, twisted his leg or his knee because he's limping a bit, and he's done this before." So the 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 thing with this was that just before I went streaming, he was lying up with me, and then he was lying and half asleep, half awake, whimpering, be like, "Mm, mm." And I was like, "What the hell?" And then he would try to get off, and he was screaming, and I was like, "No, my baby." And my husband said, "Then come down." And I said, "You help him down. You can't just um, demand him down, because he's gonna get the whole impact in the front, and if it's the front is hurting him, it's just gonna be worse." So he helped him down, and he was like, when he was up there, when he was lying up there, he was touching everything, and squeezing, and he didn't react at all. So when he came down, he was like, he I try and stretch what seemed to be the right side, maybe in the shoulder blade or something. So, but just to try and check out the knee, nothing was wrong with the knee. So he didn't do anything. So, but he did whimper a bit. I think he tried to stretch or something, and that apparently hurt. Um, but then my husband took him out in the garden, and he just sniffled around, have a pee, and went in. And whenever I cut up an apple, and he loves apple, he came over and he got a piece of apple and he ate it, and so it was not that bad. So we're gonna give him some peace here. He hates it when we kind of limit him in his movement, but that's how it's gonna be. And for the weekend here, we're gonna do it like that. And if it's hopefully that is enough, and if it's not enough, we're just gonna have a chat with the vet Monday. um I am a bit cold. Something like that always happens after opening hours on the vet in the weekend. It's like something like that never happens on a Monday noon, for instance. No, 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 no. This happens on Friday afternoon. Yeah. So, but it's partly because I'm a bit of, I can't have it. Hurts my inside when my dog is crying. I'm sorry to say that, but that's how I react to it. And I know that if I'm reacting, my dog will kind of double react, because mom is afraid, so I need to be afraid too. This is very, very bad. Um, So I tried to, restrain myself, and that's why I did the whole stretching thing, both because I tried it before and I did it with my old dogs and all that, because it is with the working dogs that can do these, have these kind of the overstretched things when they hunt things down. And I'm like, he's not happy when he's not allowed to do things like that. So so we will try and keep it at a minimum this weekend and see if it just, falls into place. Positive vibe. But I really do wish I could hire a good electrician with his kind of experience. Honestly, too bad. Yeah, he has a lot, and that is the, you could say, the good thing about being that old is you get a lot of experience. He has both in doing electrician things in the house, out on the streets, on the train stations, in big warehouses. And so he has a lot of experience to to tap into whenever he needs to solve a task or a thing. So do a project. So we will see what will come around. It might also be now that it is time for him to hang up the tool belt or be more like on the administrative side, and maybe be a bit more that it's him who's going to be a leader for others, and be maybe be a bit more, have the extra time to go out and say hi to the guys, make sure everything is good and all that, which is what actually a lot of companies don't do when it comes to their construction workers and project workers like that. But it would actually pay a lot of, because a lot of people, when they work in that line of business, feel often left behind, and like they have an invisible leader. And so, but we will see. We will see. I hope that it will be like the silver lining in some good things are in store for him and for us. And it is so important I keep the positive vibes, because no, it's not that bad. It would be worse if he was like sad, like hurt, but he's really mad today. So that's kind of angry wise a better approach. Because if he gets like sad and hurt, he tends to withdraw into himself, and be more like isolate himself and not willing to do, uh, be very passive about it. So, because he's angry at them, he's actually he more have more energy to act on things. So, and have like this approach, I'm gonna prove you wrong. I get that. I was laid off before. It's a roller coaster of emotions. Yeah, and especially if you feel like they did you wrong. I think with our age still, a lot, most of us has tried this, being in this position. I think the thing is that usually you will get fired, and you will have some kind of a month where you need to be there still, and try to do a transition period from whoever's going to take over your seat or whatnot. That's how we have it in Denmark anyway. And uh, that period of time would have been around 4 months, and they you will still get paid and all that. Now when they do that, where they kind of just show him the door, and he will not get paid, but they won't get any tax salt, and I think someone kind of forgot that in all. Hey Gina, how are you doing? Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you here. I think someone forgot all about that in the midst of they wanted to get rid of my husband as a working force, part of the working force. The more we talk about it, the more clear it gets. The more he talks with other colleagues, the more clear it gets that this was a manhunt, and he was the lamb that was brought to the slaughterhouse. That's for sure. You are doing wonderful. Amazing. I need some good positive vibes today, I think. I'm looking forward to going to the horses tomorrow. I know that's gonna help me in my getting back in balance. That the thing that's gonna help me doing that. So what are you working on today, Gina? Are you working on Lover's Tree, or are you working on Games of Thrones? I have only 2 rows left of my forest friends. I am so excited about it, and I'm for sure gonna try and do at least a row this weekend. Because I'm quite aware that I might not get to do 2 rows in the weekend. It would be nice though, and it might happen. It depends on how much energy I have to do. I'm working on next week prompt, and I'm also working Tree. Okay, so you are working on shark. I mean, if I had the time and all that, I would probably just be drawing a bull shark. There is actually something called a bull shark. So, border for no blanket. Ooh, hopefully I have a picture on tomorrow's Jasmine's Coffee. I hope, Steela. I don't know. To be honest, now I'm trying to crochet, and I have heard everywhere where I kind of read about it and all that, that when people are asking where should I start, what should I do, everyone is saying let's start crocheting. That is the most easy part of it. That is the easiest one of them. I'm not quite sure what I think about that, because I don't think it's easy crocheting. I really don't. And probably it's just because I haven't, cracked the nut, or what to say, it's really not that. I think that it was so much easier for me to knit. Crochet, not that much. Stila, are you mad at me for just suggesting astrological part of this prompt? No, she isn't. I should say. She got her shark. That is what we are focusing on. That is what we are focusing on. I disagree. I think after you figure out your comfortable hold of the yarn and hook, then it gets easier. I mean, yeah, to me anyway, and it might just be because I started knitting first and take that seriously. But to me, the knitting part was quite easy. It was quite easy figuring out to read the pattern diagrams and symbols. It was quite easy for me to figure out how to do in and out. Crocheting, I think the one I am trying to crochet now, that cloth. I think I frogged it 4 times, 5 times at least, because I keep getting, and I might. The most sensible thing is perhaps just to frog it all up and start it all over, because I just keep either missing out something or having too much. Exactly, like me and the needles and how to hold and mange it all. That was the hardest to figure out with the knitting. Yeah, and I think you're right. The way to hold the needles and get the so you don't choke the yarn and all that, and yeah. So I will say, I might be trying another pattern. Maybe tomorrow. No, yeah, tomorrow. Um, with a different size of crochet hook and see if that is better, to start with. Yeah, because and I think maybe it's the same with the crochet hook, I don't know. But with the knitting, it's like a rhythm. You get into a certain rhythm, and it's just the way it is. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna try maybe just to frog the thing I have, because I haven't done that much. So, but just maybe just to try and start another, you know, another cloth with another pattern, because it might just be that pattern I just don't get, and until I get to crochet a bit more, and then it might make more sense. Um, so so that's what. And I will admit, I'm gonna give it this go, and maybe I'm happy I didn't get to order that expensive crochet hook, but but I am a little bit discouraged right now with the crocheting. I will admit that. It does bother me a bit that I'm not, because I can't. It's not like I can't crochet in that sense that getting the stitches right, or that's not a problem. The problem is, I think, is that when I get to the end of the line, I'm like, I'm not getting. I think I haven't found the right way to start the line, and I haven't found the right way to end the line. And I'm trying a bit of different approaches, because I'm trying to follow the recipe, and it doesn't quite make sense for me. Almost appropriate. It's a big astrological sign person. Then Mrs. Coffee said sharks for Steelers, so I was like, this is meant to be. Of course it is. Of course it is. I was kind of considering, because I am kind of, you know, having holiday next week, so I could do it because I'm not working Monday, so I could do it like Monday. Um, but I don't know. I have to take it a little bit as things come, because I want to be there for my husband if he needs my help with things. Um, so I don't want to commit to too much and be like, oh, I can't do it anyway. I know I'm not like, disappointing anyone or anything like that, but it's just to not have. To me, often it's also the feeling of not only letting others go or disappointing others, but disappointing myself. I don't want to do that. I want to do right by others, but I also want to do right by me. Here is the thing. I use stitch markers at the beginning and the end of every row, and I put them in as soon as I finish the row. It's easier to lose a stitch. Yeah, but the thing is that, and this is where it might just be because I'm just maybe have to do it all over. I have to do two different stitches in a switch, first one and then the other. And you start with one special row, and then the row 2 will be like, this is how you're gonna do from now on until you finish. And it says that I'm going to, when I finish a row, finish row 2, no, finish row 1, I'm gonna turn around, do one of these air stitches, where it's like when you're starting the project, and then I'm going to, and this is where I'm not quite sure I'm doing it right, because it says one thing and I can't find that stitch that says I'm gonna do it in. So I'm doing it what I think I'm gonna do, and then I've been moving on. And then at the end of it, it says do the last stitch on what's equal to the air stitch you started the row in the beginning with. But I can't really find that one, so for sure. So that's also something I try. So it's like, and this is where I'm like, okay, I didn't think it was that difficult to knit. To me, knitting was quite easier, or I forgot how difficult it was to start the knitting. That might also be a part of it. But to be honest, I can't remember it as a difficult thing, to be honest. So I think maybe that I can do two things. I can either, find another recipe, uh, and do another cloth. I know there's a one that is kind of, one stitch back and forth. That's it. Um, and where it's kind of more the color you play with that makes kind of the cloth. So that could be something to do. Um, or I could just frog it and start all over and try and be more like, okay, I'm gonna do it this way, and see if I can kind of maybe write it down. How did I do it? And then if something shows to be wrong, I can do it, or the other way around. Hvordan har man hund det?
En lille smule nu.
Nå. Men det er fordi han bliver kold, eller hvad?
Fordi han ligger stille.
Ja.
Ja.
Det tænker jeg.
Så det er noget ledbånd. Han er skrukket.
Jo, men det kan jo også være farligt nok, altså for så vidt, hvis det er hårdt nok. Det var også et ledbånd af Hannibal, der er skadet. Og tus også. Så vi skal bare lige holde øje med det. Hvis ikke det bliver bedre her over weekenden, så må jeg kaste dyrene ind på mandag.
Ja.
Ja.
Nej.
Nej. Må du være sluk for noget der?
Ja.
Nej. Jesus. Oh, I get it, but also it's the way a pattern is written that can be super confusing. Yeah, and I think actually it has something to do with that, Stila, because when I did the crochet with Miss Coffee, how she showed it. Hi, hubby, night, hubby, positive vibes. Yes. It makes super sense to me. It was so intuitive. Of course, you're gonna do it like this. Of course, and it's kind of. I think it's partly that keeps hanging in my mind. Like, but Miss Coffee said this. So if she said this, it might be this one they mean. Like up in my mind. So yeah, I think it's something to do with that. And maybe this is like, because the book I'm using that is the same author for the knitting and the crochet. The difference is that the whole knitting part, I bought the books when I was already knitting. I had been reading for the longest time. Now I'm like just crocheting as the beginning. And the book itself is a really good crochet book, I think, also for beginners. But that does not mean that I can't be a flaw in the recipe or something. I think actually it is a translation, so it was written by some foreign language and has been translated into Danish. So that can also have something to do with it, So, yeah. Pattern was what was like. My hubby almost shut shut the light off while he was walking out the door. I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" Oh yeah. By the way, someone is still in there. Yeah, I'm sitting right here, you silly goose. So yeah, I think he just needs to get a good night's sleep now, and he seemed in a kind of a better mood now. I was just asking how the dog was doing. He said he is still a bit, sore and is not completely satisfied with his existence. So, yeah. So we just have to keep an eye on it, and it seems to be as I have suspected that it is a bit of worse, or when he's cold or his muscle cold. So I hope that's it. Like. I was in a way, I was looking on the drops recipe for crocheting because that was the recipe I was using for the knitting part. And the good thing about the drops is that they have not only the recipe, but they also have made how-to videos, and they have made how-to videos attached on the same site, on the website. So you have the recipe, and straight underneath the whole YouTube video series of how to do all the things almost in not the not in that specific thing, but just in an overall, how to start a project, how to make more stitches, make less stitches, whatever. So I might just try and one of their project balances. Hey, Bench, you got here in time before stream ended. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing? Did you get to have a good time with your partner? Some good, solid partner time. Oh, that's good. No need to be sorry, Bench. No need. And I'm just happy you're here. I appreciate a lot that you are giving me some of your time. I like that. I like that a lot. So, are you sitting to do some diamond painting here on the last part of the day? So I was just telling the others that my hubby just came by and said goodnight, and I was asking to my baby because my baby hurt her. I think he hurt his either his shoulder blade or maybe his knee or something. A bit we're not completely sure where it hurts him 100%. But he has a slight limp, and he was not happy going down the couch and getting off of the floor when he's been lying on his bed. So he has been like, I think he's been stretching something, overstretching them, and it is something that he's done before. But it's just that usually he won't be like hurting. He would just be, or he won't be crying or something. He would just be limping a bit, and we know then we have to just cool it down and just not play or let him run wild and just be doing. Looking forward to my new crafted supply coming tomorrow. Oh, it's coming tomorrow. Exciting news, Bench. I really hope it does. So we're just gonna see how it goes through the weekend, and hopefully it will, force back in its own natural way and be like nothing has happened. But his mom, aka me, are not good at handling when my dogs are crying. It hurts me, literally hurts me in my heart. So, but then it's a good thing I have a very reasonable man who can be like, yeah, I think it's okay for now. Let's see how tomorrow is going. Okay. But he was crying. Yeah. No, I mean, I think I'm a bit traumatized just with these with the dogs and when they hurt their legs, because my two previous dogs, they did the same thing, but in a bit more severe way. So I'm a bit like, no. Yeah, it is my baby. It is my baby. The way he hates me leaving, my heart breaks in half when my dog cries. Yeah. The way he hates me leaving. Aww, Stila. You should bring him. As an office dog. I mean, I can't. If they cry, I'm like, when the dog, when he hears me come home from when I've been at the office, he will be like crying until I can hear when I land with the car. He's crying. It's not like he's been. Yeah, I know. I know he has. Um, so I know that not. So it's not like he's been crying all day or anything. He's been sleeping for the most part. But when he hears the car rolling in the driveway, he will start until I say shut up, and he's like okay, and he does. Then he will just try and like I can see like his head is bumping up and down. We have glass in that door, some kind of matted glass, so we can I can see his head bobbing up and down. So yeah, we have tried to teach him to sit, but that he can't. He's too excited, and I can't. You know, he's not hurting anyone in there. Yeah, they get used to us being home a lot. They do. They do. I would say it's not like they can't get used to being alone because of course they can. And sometimes it's more to do with they can feel like we are reacting to their kind of pain, you know? So that will be like a self reinforcing thing because if you are reacting to him crying, then he gets a confirmation that it is really something to cry about. My boss is pretty awesome. It's actually an old boss from back in the day. He says we need an office dog, but my little Bonzo doesn't like men very well. It seems. No trauma. I figure we got him at 8 months. So what does he do? I mean, does he have a does he have a crate or anything he can kind of go into that is like his transportable home? Because sometimes it's also a matter of what I have like a picture in my head is that if he has like a crate or there is like a corner you can make like his and you can maybe guard it with a some kind of small fence or something or like you have for kids, um and then be like if it's in there no one is to touch it, no one is to approach him. So and then he can he will have a longer transition period than a puppy will, or a dog that is very used to be with no so it so no that's so what I would do was I would try and see where I sit at the office. Is there a place I can like create as his space? So when he's here, there, he will be near me. He won't be on my lap, but he will be near me, maybe in a bed or something of his. And I will have like a written sign says don't touch the dog, it's resting or whatever. The dog is in school. So so that no one is approaching the dog. So the first period of time he will be there only to be with you. You are not to give him any special treats or anyone. You're just there to be with him. So whenever anybody is approaching you, If he says anything, you will correct him. Say no, it's okay. They can talk to me. Whatever you say to him, and then you move on, like and then he will get it. He will be like, oh, so I just I just need to I can just stay here. No one is threatening me. No one's threatening mom. I will just be here and rest, and this will be as safe as being at home with mom. So that the two places will be equally like safe space. So when he eventually feels like your office or your workplace is safe space, then you can try and break him into meeting others on the workplace, because then they will be like just things passing by, and he will just be like, oh, they're not gonna bother me. I'm not gonna bother them. Yeah, and again, I think it's um got you. That makes sense. Yeah, and I think exactly in that moment, in that thing, you just have to kind of, it's a thing you have to. If you have a good relationship with the boss, you can talk about, if you are interested and if you want to help me or help my dog, we can kind of make this as a training period. So when you come here and when I say it's time, um, we can do it like this, you and I talked about. So he will get down, sitting, on his knees, being like with his back turned on the dog, maybe with some treats in his hand, so he smells good, and just be in a confined area, so the dog can't run like hell somewhere, but just be like, okay, there's nowhere to escape, and the three of you can just be, and he can be like starting to throw some goodies to the dog, and the dog will probably go and get it. So the criteria of success is going to be that he can feed the dog a treat, and the dog will be like, ooh, and not be like, oh no, don't hurt me. Okay, I'm gonna take it. So it's gonna be a good experience. Yeah, but the thing is, he is trying to play with a dog that doesn't trust him. So he need to build that trust first. And it might take 5 minutes and they're there. But he needs to meet the dog where the dog is. So yeah, and that's just in general. And that's one of the biggest mistake we humans do, is we kind of just think that the dogs want to be with us. But the dogs does not always want to be with us, especially if they have a uncertainty in them. uh they can be, if they're not like was if they weren't in the higher end of the litter, they can be used to be, they need someone to guide them. So if you as his mom is showing signs of nervousness, whatever it might be, he will interpret it as you need help. So in those situations where he's kind of trying to defend you, you need to say, I don't need to be defended. Okay? So if and let, yeah, Bosa is like, I only trust who I trust. I feel like he feeds off that energy. Yeah. um I think the Bunso needs to be showed, and this can be the golden opportunity for you to work with him, with a person that actually wants to help you. To be like, let's sit down, and as I said, it can be just be like it takes 5 minutes, and Bonzo will be like, oh, he's a good man. Let me talk more with him. He has good treats. They seem a lot like the treats I have at home. So let's go talk with him, and he will be welcoming. But the important thing is not to ask more of the dog that it can actually, you know, fulfill. So the success criteria for a meeting like that would be like that. Wow, he willingly, happily accept treats from this man, um, and then it will be enough for that day, and you will think it as every time you present something new for Banzo, it will be like you're putting pressure on him. And putting pressure is not necessarily bad if you do it in the right, context, and if you do it in the right amount. So pressure him to be like socializing is a good thing. Um, and then just do it in small doses. So just the fact that he actually accepts treats from this man without being fearing him, but actually have, and he might even be like, oh, going closer to get closer to the treats. Right, exactly. That's what I was worried about. Didn't want to overwhelm Bonzo. They really are like toddlers. But on the other hand, if you are cuddling him too much, if you are giving much too much into his nervous energy, you will actually feed that energy more than you will help him. Yeah, absolutely he does. Absolutely he does. So you can actually help each other out here. You need to tell him that he does not have to guard you because you are able to take care of yourself, and 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 he can tell you, he can show you, yeah, I can actually do this, you know. So if I can do it, so can you. So in that way, you can work for each other if you do it with the right energy and the right set of minds. Yeah, there's so many things, Dila. I know, and it's a bit overwhelming. A bit overwhelming, but it can also be a bit, good for your mental health and emotional health for that matter. I think as long as you kind of, balance things out with things that makes you relax, makes you happy, makes you just don't care state of mind. Twitch just barely brought me out of my shell. Yeah, I know. I know. But I mean, a lot of positive things has happened since Twitch started, and now you're taking on this project here. And I mean, the most important thing is that, like I said at one point, you just have to be honest with yourself And I think that kind of honesty also goes with what does it cost me? It actually has. My mom was right, but I hate to admit that being too secluded. Yeah, don't tell her that. Don't tell her that. Yeah, I think in a way you choose the easy way, right? So the easy and the safe way, and that can be okay, but you don't get that far with that way. So if you want to move as a human being and want to not always do the same, so to speak, and feel like you're just in a hamster wheel, um I think that it's important that you try and do something that you're not safe for. No, no, I should give me more. Just need Yeah, yeah. I got it. Yeah. Don't want to talk more about that. Don't talk about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, why the hell do they give a hummingbird an eyebrow? I can't give it an eyebrow. Sorry, girls. Sorry. I can try. No, I can't. None of the other hummingbird had eyebrows, but this apparently should have. So, but it didn't got anyone. It just got round eyes like the other ones. I'm thinking about how the Coffee Bean Nation has been angels for next year, starting in March. Uh, am I missing out on something here? Or what? Is this something I'm not a part of in here? I'm like, what? Angels, what? I'm not quite sure what we're talking about, to be honest. I don't know about any of that. I think it must have been when I was sleeping. Has I said yes to anything without knowing it, or what? We have to keep it family friendly in Miss Coffee Stream starts my. What? Well, okay. So family friendly. So no, titty bell, no butt plugs or penis fishes or any of that, I guess. She's up for women being promoted in Twitch page. Okay. So there's rules now. Oh my lord. Okay. So we have about 14 days to get it out of the system. Is that what you're saying? I feel like it's like that, right? So now you have 14 days to get things off your chest. No titties, no penis, no fishes. No penis fishes. No. Okay. What on earth are we gonna talk about then? Just saying. Okay. Okay. New rules. Well, I mean, I can behave. I really can. Um, I'm not saying much then, but I can behave. Right, party till the break of March 1st. Yeah, for sure. Hmm. So she's gonna stop swearing too? Wow. That was something. Hmm. Okay, okay. So I'm not going to tell after March 1st. I can't tell what I wrote to binge today then. She has keep it family friendly, aka mother chicken liver. Right, I was okay, bummer, but okay, I can behave, but at 50, I don't really want to. Yeah. For Mrs. Coffee, okay, I got you, but again, bummer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's doable, but I also feel like without knowing, it might not be, and it might just be the usual streamwise, but you know maybe a bit more quiet because we're so used to being like we are all adults here. Who cares? Hmm. Okay. Yeah. 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 I mean, I think it's a good thing that I like kind of just will try and be present at as many streams as I can next week, so I can get it out of the system. Although honestly, was I'm like, Piers, it don't matter. So maybe I should stream 2 late nights or whatever. All I thought honestly was I'm like, Piers, it don't matter. So maybe I should stream 2 late nights or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's just that I think maybe because we are grown ups, like some of us are on the 50 plus side, it just rings some wrong bells in a way that we kind of have to do things that are not us, like that we have tried to. I think it's like it's like when people, it's like when you hear a song in the radio or in the television, and you think, oh, that reminds me of. I think for me, when I hear something like that, it reminds me of when people are like, you're going to be like this. If you want to be here, you have to act like this. Because I like no kid restriction for me. I'm over all that shit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, I would say that it's not something I give much thought with the people coming to my streams. I like the freedom and all that. But yeah, if you wanna be a part of Twitch in that way, where you're gonna be role model for other streamers and things like that, in that sense, yes, then there will be rules to apply or obey, I guess. And in a way that it makes sense. It's just that I think for some of us, it just rings some wrong bells in a way that if you want to be here, you need to be in a certain way. Okay, so I think maybe something with that, and then we'll be, yeah, we would like to be here, so we will act as you say we should act, but we we might not like it that much. Although I get it, people are into making a living with via social seems like a lot of stress. Yeah. I have watched a few past streams and they were very deep. I do hope she's okay. She is lovely. Right, I thought the same, but if she wants to go for it, I'll still be there to support her, but fuck being a Rome. Yeah, I mean, then you have other place to go to kind of get it. You can air in here. You can say fucking all you want in here, and be like, okay, I can act as I want to at Pia stream, and then I can be a role model on Miss Coffee stream. So that is also that and that. So it's not it I think I think it was a bigger catastrophe if you were only joining that one stream. But the fact that we do know we have other places to go, we could go where we can kind of air out or vent out if ever we need to just say all the things we're not allowed to say. Well, yeah. We can always go to Buck Stream. He is in all and any sense not for children. But yeah, for sure. I mean, she is she wants to go on, wants to move on, and that is admirable. I really really feel the deepest respect for her um, taking on a task like that. And of course we're gonna be there for her, of course. But I also want to say that I will have my titty bell right up till March 1st. Then. Yeah. Is it because she's going for ambassador? Buck stream, yeah. uh, Buck is really funny in a very very sweet way. He kind of he kind of reminds me like a brother or something, like or maybe he reminds me of some of the young men I met when I was in Korea first time. Um, they have this they have this sweetness, and you sense that there is something that there's something more than just a sweet boy. Sometimes with progress, unfortunately, that comes conformity, and I don't mean that in a wrong way. It's just a necessity. Yeah, it is what it is. And of course, the Coffee Bean Nation is gonna be there for her. I mean, I was actually considering, and I might still do, be a part of her Patreon, as one, the only one actually. I'm doing that with, and that is what I think is the hardest part of the whole streaming thing is, I feel like I'm coming short of money. I want to support all of them, every one of them, and I can't. All of the streams I watch on an almost daily basis or every time they're on, when I'm awake, I feel like I want to support them, but I don't have the money for that. That's for sure. So I haven't yet because I support so many. So I get it. Yeah, right. Now I will wait till we got sorted out with my husband's wig and all that. But as soon as that is kind of, in place, um, I'm probably gonna join her Patreon. Um, Either that or I'm gonna, split the money out. Just showing up is all that you can expect. I know, Bench. I know. But like you said to me at one point, you wanted to give more, wanted to support more, and yeah, I think we kind of all have that urge in a way. And of course, if you feel like you get a lot from a streamer, you want to give them something back. It's it's almost what we were brought up to do in a way. So it feels like second nature, but you can't do that with everyone. And I also think, of course, there's a big difference between, this is the way you earn your money, as this is how you get bread on your table, and like me, this is how I spent my Thursday and Friday, just because I think it's funny and I enjoy it. I think there's a big difference in those two approaches. Um, and I would say, even though I do this as almost an entertainment, I still feel a bit of the stress about it. I still feel like I have to. There's a bit of pressure on doing the right things on the right times and all that. That's how I feel it sometimes, anyway. But of course, not as bad as if this was my living. Um, but again, if this was my living and I was doing this as a full time job, um, I would still be doing a lot of hours outstream to get sponsors and whatnot. And all that. I'm just, I can't. This is how I relax. Yeah, me too. And I admit that sometimes I really feel it's hard to find where's the limit. When do I overshare? When do I undershare? When don't I share enough private? When do I share too much private? I could just not share all the thing with my husband, but on the other hand, I know some of the girls that comes here and on a regular basis will maybe notice something is off. Also, no shade, I am pretty selfish. I like smaller streams more because I feel I can build a better connection. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this it's really kind of logic that if there's 100 on the chat, you can't chat with everyone. You have to be a lot more general and just ask out and then just ask questions that can kind of just be answered with one or two words, because then you can take a glance on the chat and see, okay, it's a overweight of one or the other. And um, if you get to ask a question that kind of demands more words, that also means you will have to read more, and you can't always have time for that. So in a lot of ways, when my husband asked me how many is on, it's mostly on the Sundays. He asked me how many was on, and I'm like, well, in average maybe 8 or 9 on the chat, 2 or 3, and that's quite okay. I Yeah, I check out if it's 100 and fast chat to the session. I check out. Yeah. I mean, I do attend a streamer that plays World of Warcraft. He has around 1,000 and 2,000 on his chat, but I'm not chatting there. I'm just watching his stream for the gameplay. So I don't mind in that sense. I don't mind. But if it was something where I'm like want to chat or something, I'm not. So I for sure loves the smaller streams too, and I think I'm a like, as a follower or a chatter on a streamer's chat. I'm like, it has a lot to do whether I like, of course, whether I like the streamer or not, the content creator, the person behind the stream. And to be quite frankly, and this sounds very condescending, I think, and really not very nice, but this is the pure honesty from my heart, and it's not to step on anybody's toes. But if I don't like their voice, um, then for me to stay, they really need to do something very interesting. Have I said it in a nice way? I don't hope I by check out I mean lurk, but no, pay attention to chat. Yeah. So I could still look around, but it would be more like just being there. Yeah, I get your 100% bench. I get your 100%. Some people can be like overhyped, or like almost like they're putting this energy level on them to be like, oh no, we're gonna. I'm like, yeah, but if you really are going to try and be real about it, not like overhyped, because usually most people don't like the overhyped thing. They like happy natural people. But happy natural people also have days when they're not that happy or they're not very loud in their expression, you know. And I do believe in for with the most of the streamers, you can actually hear if they're genuine when they laugh. If they laugh just because it is expected of them to laugh, or they really find it funny. Yeah. Binge is on my time zone. Stay out of it, Stila. Yeah, I will say for once, finally I found someone who is on my time zone, and I actually can talk to a chat. We'll be a part of a chat without me being half asleep. I really appreciate that. Just for once. So I think I'm just gonna make these dots here, and then we're gonna call it a day. So and as I said, it seems a bit more on this than it would have been on the big one. So just because it's a smaller cardboard, and the figure itself, or the drawing itself is a bit more simplified, so it does go a bit faster doing it. Oh Lord, do you know what leisure means in American? Oh. By the way, Steela, it just hit me. Your dog's name is Bonzo, although I called it Bozo in the beginning, but it's Bonzo. So the reason why this is a bit funny for me is because I had two German Shepherds when I was a kid. Guess what their names were? They were long-haired German Shepherds. So, and one of them, the first one of them that was named Bonzo, was my favorite, and he unfortunately had to be put down due to some seizures he got. So, and then we got another one, and his name was also Bonzo. I know, I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call him Bozo the clown, because I know Bonzo. And I actually think that the reason why I called, because I was the one who named them Bonzo, was because of my I had a mark with a Muppet figure that was named Bonzo. Yeah. Oh, they do. Okay. Illustrating Chrissy just found out what next week's prompt, and nope, she's not doing it. Oh my. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's give it a bit here. Let's zoom out. So we got some done today on it. Oh, another 20 moment. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I don't know. I think it it got thrown out when I got older. But I had a mug, and I clearly remember because I was crazy about Muppet Show when I was a kid, and there was a picture of Bonzo. So of course my dog's name, or the dog's name, was gonna be Bonzo. She better. She's totally got it. Yeah, maybe she's not that confident. She will ability. Okay. So this is how far we got. I'm really satisfied about it. And as I said in the beginning, this is the good side about working on a smaller board instead of working on an A3, A2, A3 side size, that it can be a bit hard to see how much you get done from session to session. Whereas when you work with this, which is a more simple um, drawing, it is actually more easy to get something nice to look at quite quick. And I feel like I'm still amazed that they get the colors to fit so beautiful with the print on the top. So I think we're gonna make a deal that I'm gonna work on this until it's done because it's so beautiful and it's coming along really really nice. Yeah, it is. So we will and this is the one we did last year. So so this, and then there's this one, which is also gonna be amazing, and then there's this one with fishes on. It could almost be a shark, almost. So yeah, but I'm gonna finish this one with the hummingbird. That is gonna be the next ongoing project, and then we're gonna take Taj Mahal in between. I think. I'm trying to go with the how what do I feel like doing vibe that I'm trying to be better at living by. So so we didn't get to color in this one today, unfortunately, but that will be another day we'll do that. Because it is time. It is almost midnight, and that means that I am going to clean up my desk, and we will be stopping stream soon. But of course, you, as usual, are going to be part of my cleanup, so I'm not just going to bolt out of here. I am going to clean my desk and all that. just because I feel like it's so cozy to have you hanging around while I do it. And I mean it. It's not just something I say. I actually mean it. It's like it gets a bit empty or so whenever I turn off the stream. It does get a bit like empty in here. So it's really nice to just have you hanging around while I get things together. So when you do scratch board, I can recommend to have some wipes, baby wipes, something, just to clean the table afterwards, because it is going to be greasy. So a lot of these leftovers from the cardboard that you scratch off, and it is much easier to get rid of the residue if you do use baby wipes, wet wipes, than just take a dry wipe. I have found out, apparently. So to recap on today's stream, just to, you know, what have I been talking about? What has happened? If you think I've been a bit off, you're not wrong. I have been a bit off. My husband got fired from his job today, a thing that came out of the blue, and he not only got fired, he actually got shown the door. So he's not going to show up anymore. Usually he would have to work there for about 4 months or so, but that's not the case. We are going to hunt them down and make them pay, because it was not right to do it the way they did it, not legally, not humanly, not anything. But it's been a bit of a chaos today, to be honest. And on top of that, just before stream, my dog was whimpering and whining and all that, and I was like, oh God. So I've been mentally maybe a bit of halfway another place, but I think I pulled it off. I think I pulled it off. Yeah, it's a mess, Bench, but now we get the weekend to kind of find our bearings again, and we will we are in touch with the union. That's my husband, are in touch with old colleagues and maybe some future colleagues, and now we're just heading into the winter holidays, so a lot will be away, but the week after they will be back. Life is shit every so often, yeah. I think, I think what hit really and what made my husband really mad and angry was the way they did it, and was the way they kind of not just kind of fired him, but miscredited him. And like said, when we're doing it like this, what you did was as if you did take from the stole money from the company or something. It's like, so they just kind of escalated the conflict, the level of the conflict, right up to open war. If you know the steps of the conflicts, there's a lot of steps before you reach what is equal to open war, and this is just like they had a lot of other tools to pick from to handle this in a much better way than they did. But there's no doubt in our mind that this was a manhunt, and they went for my husband because my husband won't shut up. If something is wrong, he will point at it and say this is not right. And yeah, we have been there before, but not in this way, where they kind of take a small thing, blow it out of proportion, and then use this as an excuse. But the thing is that the boss that actually did it was in the company that both my husband and he was working in before. So it's kind of an old history that has been going on. Yeah, my husband don't fight for his own rights. He actually fights for other for his groups, his teams' rights. So it was with all the extra things that we're gonna do and all that. So, but yeah, so it's been like a mess, and there's been people calling all day and all that. So yeah, so that's what happened today. I am, of course, holding the positive lamp in front of my husband, light, saying, "Hey, look at the light. Remember, it's a positive thing. You have something to fight for, and it is not you that are in the wrong." But that also means that mental wise, I am a little bit off guard, off. I'm just off. So if you feel like I've been off today, you're perfectly right. I have been off. But back to the serious things, and one of them is my dog. No, look, isn't he cute? I just wanted to show you. This is when he was, I think he was 12 weeks, maybe 14 weeks. We just got him home almost. Isn't he just the cutest? The cutest little face. Huh? That is my dog. On my tablet. But isn't he just the cutest? So whenever I'm sad, I'm just looking at this one. Dogs. Yeah, they are. So I am going to, and I will show you very briefly, just because if you haven't watched the VODs or you haven't been here for a while, I'm just going to show you what is on the table for the next couple of days. I am going to work on this one. This is the drills. It is a lower. The picture looks like this. And this is a special picture for me. It is a 70 by 50, and that means that it's 50. They measure it strange, but it is a portrait. So, and this is a bit special because this is actually a Korean girl in a Korean national. Yeah, that is a small superstar. You're absolutely right, Ola. In a national dress. So this is a bit special for me, and I was like, I'm gonna do that. Also because it's one of the smaller ones. So, and it is, excuse me, with round drills. 50 colors in it. I'm probably going to kit it up. Either I'm gonna kit it up tomorrow, or with doing a video, or I'm gonna do it Sunday, doing a video with it, and then kit up the rest of it on stream probably. I wanna get it prepared. I might be pushing it for until Monday, just because of all the things going on here in the house. Just saying. So if I'm not doing, I'm doing something else. That is the reason. This one contains the thing that I am for sure gonna start as soon as my post friends are done, which it will be in a couple of rows. This is the one that is next in line, and I'm gonna take it out now because then I can hang it and it will just be flat and nice when I want to reach for it. It is my snow dragon, and it is a, I think actually it's a clean 70 by 90. Yeah, it is. So, and this might start hanging on my wall behind me, and then I might move it into my living room, depending on a lot of things. But I was a bit tempted on doing it because I have a frame, a black frame, where I thought it would suit nicely. What there is with this one, and this makes it very interesting time-wise, because this is a picture that is, as I said, 70 by 90 centimeter. It has 43 colors. So I think if you do the math and you are doing a bit of diamond painting, you can actually see, also if you look at it, see, well, there will be a lot of color blocking. And knowing me, doing using my multiplacer, this will be something that will take maybe, depending on how my body is doing. If we say my body is doing absolutely perfect, this will take about 3 weeks or something to do because of the color blocking. But that being said, a lot of things can go wrong and it will take longer time. But if I'm just placing my hand here, I can just draw here. All this is the same color. This is the same color. This is one color. This is the same color up here. This is one color here. One color over here. The dragon itself is a bit more mixed in the color, but all the way on the sides and a lot of the last part of it is also color blocking. So I think actually, to be honest, compared to what I have been working on, this will be a dream to work on because it's not filled with confetti, but there will be a bit to even out the color blocking. Yeah, isn't it great? And I got a cover minder made to match this one, to match these blues colors. So it is a blue one. It's a blue dragon eye. So yeah. So I'm gonna start working on this next week. And I will say when I am, let's just say when I am about halfway, I'm probably gonna take it on the stream so you can see how the process is going on. But the first I will be working on in stream will be this one for sure because it will fit the light pack. Okay, so I think that would be the words for today. I need to find a bed. My head needs to get a rest. I just need to do a couple of things, so I'm not even done for today. I need to do a couple of things before I can lay down and sleep. So as you know, we the girls can have a bit of a tendency to do a lot of things before we get around to, that's how I am. I can't just, shut down, and I need to sit and either do some crafting or do something else before I can kind of go to the bed vibe thing. But so without further ado, and no more obstacles, was there anything else? Oh yeah, I am back Sunday, 3 p.m. Central European time. Between 3 and 4 p.m. it will be a Danish stream, so I will be talking Danish. And then from 4 p.m. and around 3 hours, it will be a stream as you know it, in English and all the things. And what I do, that will be up to the day. I can't say it, to be honest. Thanks for the awesome stream. You're so welcome. Thanks for all of you who stopped by. Thanks for the lurkers and for those of you who were in the chat and made this more interesting and made me kind of forget what else is going on at the moment. So we will be seeing each other either here on my stream, another stream, somewhere in Twitchland. Until we do, take care, stay safe out there, and see you. Bye.